In the early 1870s, a photograph began circulating that seemed to offer visual proof that Abraham Lincoln really hadn't gone very far at all. The image appears to show a seated woman dressed in heavy mourning clothes, while behind her, a faint ghostly figure rests his hands on her shoulders. The figure's face looks uncannily familiar. The long features, the beard, the solemn expression Americans knew from engravings and portraits. The photograph was produced by William Mumler, a man who had built an entire career claiming he could capture the spirits of the dead on film. His images were enormously popular in a time when death was constant, and photography was still mysterious enough to feel half magical. People didn't just want proof of the afterlife, they wanted receipts. The woman in the photograph is Mary Todd Lincoln, who had lost her husband and multiple children and spent much of her later life wrapped in grief. For believers, the image was tender rather than terrifying. Lincoln's spirit isn't looming or threatening. He's gentle, protective, almost apologetic. For skeptics, however, the photograph became the smoking gun in a different way. Mumler was eventually accused of fraud, with critics pointing out that spirits in his photos often resembled living people or reused photographic plates. Experts argued that double exposures, then poorly understood by the public, could easily create the ghostly effect. The case against Mumler collapsed in court, but his reputation never fully recovered, leaving the photograph forever balanced between comfort and con. What makes the image so enduring isn't whether it's real or fake, but how perfectly it captures a moment in history. A nation grieving its fallen leader, a widow desperate for reassurance, a public eager to believe that great men don't simply vanish. Whether the photograph shows a spirit, photographic trick, or nothing more than human hope projected onto silver and shadow, it did exactly what it was meant to do. It let people believe, just for a moment, that Lincoln was still there, watching, lingering, and perhaps, like always, unwilling to let go until the country felt steady again. And so we begin with Abraham Lincoln, a man who was tall, melancholy, politically stubborn, and, according to a surprising number of witnesses, remarkably bad at staying dead. The idea that Lincoln's ghost wanders the halls of the White House isn't a modern internet invention or a campfire rumor invented by bored tour guides. It's one of the oldest, most persistent ghost stories in American history, told quietly by presidents, staff members, military officers, and first ladies who very much did not want to be known as the one who saw a ghost at work. To understand why Lincoln refuses to clock out, we need to go back to a country that was exhausted, divided, and bleeding. When Lincoln moved to the White House in 1861, the United States was already sliding toward catastrophe. The Civil War would dominate his presidency and eventually consume him. The building itself became less a home and more a command center of grief. Lincoln worked late into the night, often wandering the halls alone, weighed down by casualty lists and letters from parents begging for news of sons who would never return. He was known for his sadness. He joked, yes, but it was a thin layer over something heavier. Those close to him described long silences, distant stares, and an air of someone permanently bracing for loss. The White House during the war was filled with visitors, soldiers, messengers, and mourning. It was also filled with death. Lincoln's young son, Willie, died there in 1862, likely from typhoid fever, plunging the household into grief so deep that even the furniture seemed to absorb it. Mary Todd Lincoln, devastated and desperate, turned into seances, hoping to contact her dead child. Mediums were invited into the White House. Candles were lit. Hands were held. Whatever one thinks of spiritualism, the atmosphere it created was unmistakably strange. If you wanted to prime a building for a haunting, this was a very committed way to do it. Then came April 14th, 1865. Lincoln was shot at the Ford's Theatre, only days after the Civil War effectively ended. He died the next morning. The nation went into collective shock. Church bells rang. Black cloth draped buildings. People wept openly in the streets. His funeral train travelled thousands of miles, allowing citizens to say goodbye, though many swore he didn't look quite finished with things. And perhaps he wasn't. Reports of Lincoln's ghost began not long after his death, though they intensified as the decades passed. What makes these stories particularly delicious is that they were told not by tourists or tabloids, but by people with impressive titles and reputations they'd rather not ruin. One of the most famous witnesses is Theodore Roosevelt, who cheerfully informed friends that Lincoln's ghost had been seen often enough that it was practically a roommate. Roosevelt wasn't especially afraid of ghosts, lions, or most living things, but he admitted that staff members whispered about Lincoln pacing the halls late at night. First Lady Grace Coolidge claimed to have seen Lincoln standing at a window in the Oval Office, gazing out toward the Potomac River as though deep in thought. Not floating, not glowing, just standing there, tall, familiar, quiet, which is somehow worse. Queen Wilhelmina, visiting the White House in the early 1900s, reportedly fainted after opening her bedroom door to find a bearded man in old-fashioned clothing standing there. This was not part of the official itinerary. Staff members have long reported footsteps in empty corridors, doors opening and closing on their own, and the sensation of being watched, particularly near the old Lincoln bedroom. Some claim to hear a low voice, as if someone were muttering to himself, which frankly sounds exactly like Abraham Lincoln working through a national crisis at 3 a.m. The most grounded explanation is psychological. The White House is a pressure cooker of history. People who live and work there are deeply aware of who occupied those rooms before them. Lincoln, more than any other president, looms large. His portrait is everywhere. His words are quoted endlessly. His legacy is practically built into the walls. In a building where sleep is rare and stress is constant, the brain can do some truly creative things. There's also the building itself. The White House is old. It creaks. It settles. It echoes. Heating systems knock. Floorboards shift. Long corridors amplify footsteps. At night, when the place empties and your mind has time to wander, every sound becomes meaningful. Every shadow feels personal. Then there's grief memory. The idea that intense emotional events imprint on locations has been around forever. While science doesn't support the idea of emotions literally haunting buildings, humans are excellent at projecting meaning onto spaces where important things happened. Lincoln died violently. His presidency was soaked in sorrow. If any historical figure were going to feel unfinished, it would be him. But of course, not everyone is satisfied with reasonable explanations. That's where things get fun. One popular supernatural theory is that Lincoln's spirit is bound to the White House because he never completed his work. Reconstruction was just beginning. The country was fractured. Slavery had been abolished, but equality was nowhere near reality. Some believe Lincoln stayed behind out of duty, pacing the halls as if still trying to fix things. Considering the state of American politics, one could argue he's still working overtime. Another theory suggests that the seances held by Mary Todd Lincoln may have opened something that was never properly closed. Spiritualists of the time believed that spirits could be invited, guided, and sometimes trapped. If you're inclined toward this explanation, Lincoln isn't lingering out of choice. He's stuck, summoned by grief, and left without a proper goodbye. And then there are the conspiracy enthusiasts who love to point out that Lincoln reportedly had prophetic dreams before his death. He told friends he dreamed of walking through the White House and seeing a corpse guarded by soldiers. When he asked who had died, someone replied, "The president." Naturally, conspiracy fans take this as proof that Lincoln knew his fate and perhaps somehow transcended it. There's even the theory that Lincoln doesn't haunt the White House at all, but rather that the White House has become a sort of emotional echo chamber, replaying moments from the most traumatic era. In this version, what people see isn't Lincoln's ghost, but a kind of historical recording. A psychic rerun. The presidency's most tragic season, now endlessly syndicated. And yet, even skeptics tend to pause when confronted with the consistency of the sightings. Same figure, same locations, same posture, same solemn energy. Lincoln doesn't slam doors or rattle chains. He doesn't scream or menace. He stands. He watches. He thinks. Which feels very on brand. Perhaps that's why the story endures. Lincoln's ghost isn't frightening. He's familiar. Comforting, even. A reminder of time when leadership was heavy, choices were hard, and the cost of holding a nation together was unimaginably high. If Lincoln is still there, maybe he's not haunting the White House. Maybe he's guarding it, or worrying about it, or pacing the halls, muttering to himself, trying to solve problems that refuse to stay solved. If you want to invent a perfect American monster, you don't do it in a castle or a foggy moor. You do it in a small industrial town, already struggling, already nervous, already convinced the world might be ending at any moment. You give it wings. You give it glowing red eyes. And then you let it loose, right when everyone is watching the news about Vietnam, nuclear weapons, and civil unrest. Thus begins the legend of the Mothman. The story takes us to Point Pleasant, a modest town nestled where the Ohio and Kanawha rivers meet. In the mid-1960s, Point Pleasant was quiet, working class, and not particularly interested in becoming famous for anything, least of all a humanoid flying creature that seemed deeply offended by the laws of biology. everything changed in November of 1966. On the night of November 15th, two young couples were driving near an abandoned World War II munitions site known as the TNT area. This place was already creepy. Concrete domes, overgrown paths, warning signs, and the general feeling that something had been left behind and forgotten for a reason. While driving, they noticed something large near the road. At first, they thought it was an animal. Then, it spread its wings. What they described later would become chillingly consistent. A tall, man-shaped figure, enormous wings folded against its back, and eyes. Red eyes, glowing, reflective, and disturbingly alive. The creature reportedly rose into the air and followed their car at terrifying speed, keeping pace at over 100 miles per hour, which is impressive if you're a muscle car. Less so if you're a flapping nightmare. The couples fled into town and immediately contacted the police. The responding officer, to his credit, did not laugh them out of the station. He admitted he didn't know what they had seen, which is never comforting. Over the following days and weeks, reports poured in. Different witnesses, different locations. Same description. A winged humanoid with red eyes, seen perched on rooftops, hovering over roads, or silently watching from the tree line. People claimed it emitted a high-pitched screech. Others said it moved without flapping its wings, gliding in a way that made their stomachs drop. Local newspapers picked up the story, and suddenly Point Pleasant was on the map for all the wrong reasons. The creature was soon dubbed the Mothman. A Charleston, West Virginia reporter is credited with coining the name. The Huntington Herald-Dispatch used the term Mothman in a headline on November 17, 1966, likely influenced by the popularity of the Batman television series at the time. As sightings continued, something else began to happen. People started reporting strange phone calls filled with static. Pets behaved oddly. Electronics malfunctioned. UFO sightings were reported alongside Mothman encounters, and in true 1960s fashion, conspiracy theories bloomed like mushrooms after rain. The fear wasn't just about a monster, it was about what the monster meant. Some witnesses felt intense dread simply being near it. Others claimed it appeared before personal tragedies. One woman insisted she saw it shortly before a loved one died. The idea took hold that Mothman wasn't just a creature, it was a warning. Then, on December 15th, 1967, the Silver Bridge collapsed during rush hour traffic, killing 46 people. The bridge connected Point Pleasant to Ohio and was already known to be structurally unsound. Still, the timing was impossible to ignore. Sightings of the Mothman reportedly ceased shortly afterward. To many, the implication was clear. The Mothman had come. The Mothman had been seen. And then disaster followed. From a historical and scientific perspective, there are several plausible explanations that don't involve prophetic sky demons. The most common explanation is misidentification. The area around Point Pleasant is home to large birds, including sandhill cranes and great horned owls. These birds can stand tall, have impressive wingspans, and reflective eyes that glow red when caught in headlights. Add darkness, fear, and adrenaline, and the human brain can fill in the rest with alarming creativity. There's also mass hysteria to consider. Once the first sightings were reported, the town was primed for more. Every shadow became suspicious. Every bird in flight became a threat. In a close-knit community under stress, stories spread quickly and grow with each telling. By the time the bridge collapsed, the narrative had already written itself. Psychologists point out that humans are excellent at pattern making, even when patterns aren't real, especially when tragedy is involved. Seeing meaning in chaos helps us cope with the idea that terrible things can happen for no reason at all. But of course, that's not where the story ends, because if it did, no one would still be talking about Mothman nearly 60 years later. Enter the supernatural interpretations. Some believe the Mothman is a harbinger of doom, an entity that appears before major disasters. Supporters of this theory claim sightings have occurred before other tragic events around the world, though evidence is often vague and heavily disputed. Still, the idea persists. A winged warning system apparently under no obligation to explain itself. Others suggest the Mothman isn't a creature at all, but an interdimensional being, a traveller slipping briefly into our reality, observed only when conditions are just right. This theory gained traction thanks to John Keel, whose book, The Mothman Prophecies, connected the sightings to UFOs, Men in Black encounters, and government secrecy. According to Keel, the Mothman was part of a much larger, much stranger phenomenon that we barely understand and possibly shouldn't poke. Then there are the conspiracy theorists who insist the creature was the result of secret military experiments conducted near the TNT area. Genetic mutations, radiation exposure. Something escaped. Something with wings and very little patience for being photographed. This theory has everything conspiracy fans love: abandoned facilities, government silence, and just enough plausibility to keep the argument alive. And finally, there's the most unsettling theory of all. What if the Mothman wasn't causing disasters or predicting them, but reacting to them? What if it appeared because something terrible was already set in motion? A sensitive organism attuned to shifts in reality, drawn to moments of collapse like a moth to a very ominous flame. Whatever one believes, the people of Point Pleasant lived through something deeply unsettling. Fear lingered long after the creature disappeared. The bridge collapse cemented the legend, turning local panic into national folklore. Today, Point Pleasant has embraced its strange history. There's a Mothman museum. A metal statue with glowing red eyes stands proudly in town. Festivals celebrate the legend. The monster that once terrified the community has become its mascot, because sometimes the only way to make peace with fear is to sell it on a t-shirt. And yet, beneath the jokes and souvenirs, the unease remains. The Mothman doesn't roar or attack. It watches. It appears briefly. It leaves. And then something goes wrong. Maybe it was just a bird. Maybe it was stress, grief, and coincidence wearing wings. Or maybe, just maybe, there are things that drift at the edges of our awareness, showing up not to harm us, but to remind us how fragile everything really is. So if you ever find yourself driving down a quiet road at night, headlights cutting through the dark, and you catch a glimpse of something tall and still at the edge of the trees, don't panic. It might be nothing, but if it has red eyes, enormous wings, and the unmistakable vibe of bad news, well, good luck. If you were flying over the deserts of southern Africa and glanced down at just the right angle, you might think your eyes were playing tricks on you. The land below would appear polka-dotted, as if some giant unseen hand had carefully pressed circular stamps into the earth. Hundreds, thousands, perfectly spaced. almost smug in their precision. These are the fairy circles. They appear most famously across the arid grasslands of Namib Desert, stretching into parts of Angola and South Africa. Each circle is a patch of bare soil surrounded by a neat ring of grass that often grows taller and greener than the vegetation around it. The circles range in size from a few feet across to more than 30 feet wide, and they can last for decades before slowly fading away, only to be replaced by new ones nearby. They do not overlap. They do not drift randomly. They appear spaced just far enough apart to suggest intention, which, of course, makes everyone immediately suspicious. Local communities noticed them long before scientists arrived with notebooks and theories. Indigenous explanations were poetic and deeply unsettling. Some said the circles were the footprints of gods. Others believed they were scorch marks left by underground spirits. The Himba people of Namibia spoke of a dragon-like deity whose breath burned the earth, leaving circles behind as a warning. European settlers, being practical to the point of emotional bankruptcy, decided this was nonsense and promptly replaced it with their own nonsense. By the 20th century, fairy circles had become a minor obsession for ecologists, botanists, and anyone who enjoys staring at dirt and asking why it looks smug. At first glance, the mystery seems straightforward. Something kills the grass in a circular shape. The surrounding grass thrives. Repeat endlessly. Simple. And yet, no single explanation has managed to settle the matter completely. One of the earliest scientific theories blamed toxic plants. Perhaps certain species released chemicals into the soil that prevented other plants from growing. This idea didn't last long, as no such plants were consistently found at the sites, and the soil inside the circles wasn't poisoned in any measurable way. Then came the insects, specifically termites. Some researchers propose that underground termite colonies consume grass roots in circular patterns, creating the bare patches. The surrounding grass, relieved of competition for water, grows taller and healthier. This explanation gained traction when termite activity was observed in some fairy circle areas. In harsh desert environments, cooperation and efficiency are everything, and termites are nothing if not efficient. But the termite theory has holes. Many circles show no termite presence at all. Others persist long after colonies move on. And termites, impressive as they are, don't typically produce geometry that looks like it was designed by someone with a ruler and a mild obsession with symmetry. Another popular explanation focuses on water. In deserts, water is the ultimate currency. Some scientists suggest fairy circles are self-organizing vegetation patterns. Grass competes for scarce moisture, and over time, plants arrange themselves in a way that maximizes survival. The circles act like water reservoirs, collecting moisture that feeds the surrounding grass. This theory is elegant, mathematical, and deeply irritating to anyone hoping for something more exciting. Computer models support this idea. Simulations show that plants in arid regions can naturally form evenly spaced circular gaps as they compete for resources. No spirits required, no dragons involved, just thirsty grass, being ruthlessly strategic. And yet, even scientists who support this explanation admit that fairy circles are unusually precise. The spacing is consistent across vast areas. The circles appear, fade, and reappear in cycles that feel almost deliberate. Nature, it seems, is showing off. Of course, where science leaves gaps, imagination moves in with snacks and gets comfortable. Supernatural explanations flourish in places where landscapes feel ancient and indifferent. Fairy circles are no exception. The name itself comes from European folklore, where similar circles in forests were said to be dancing grounds for fairies. Step inside one, the stories warned, and you might lose time, luck, or your grip on reality. Some modern believers claim the circles mark energy vortices or ley lines, channels of power running beneath the Earth's surface. Others suggest they're landing sites for extraterrestrial craft, carefully chosen and repeatedly used. The lack of scorch marks or debris is explained away with impressive confidence and absolutely no evidence. There's also the theory that fairy circles are messages, signals left behind by an intelligence that doesn't communicate the way we do. Not words or symbols, but patterns, geometry as language, which sounds beautiful until you realise it implies someone or something is treating Earth like a very slow chalkboard. What makes fairy circles especially soothing and a little eerie is how unconcerned they are with us. They don't respond to observation. They don't change when studied. They existed long before drones and satellites started photographing them from above, and they will likely persist long after we stop arguing about them. Unlike ghosts or monsters, fairy circles don't frighten through threat. They frighten through indifference. They remind us that the planet is capable of organising itself in ways we don't fully understand without consulting our expectations. Perhaps that's why the mystery endures. No explanation feels complete. Each one explains part of the phenomenon, but never the whole. Termites explain some circles. Water competition explains others. Cultural stories explain how humans cope with not knowing. And maybe that's enough. Fairy circles sit quietly under the sun, doing what they've always done, appearing, holding their shape, disappearing. They don't ask to be believed in. They don't care if we call them magical or mundane. They simply exist, patient and persistent, like a riddle that doesn't mind if you fall asleep halfway through trying to solve it. There are few places on Earth better designed for ghost stories than Hampton Court Palace. It's enormous, draughty, red-bricked, and soaked in Tudor drama to the point where the walls might as well whisper gossip. Built in the early 1500s, the palace is best known as the home of Henry VIII, a man who treated marriage like a hobby and beheading like a scheduling issue. Hampton Court wasn't just a residence. It was a stage for power, paranoia, ambition, and heartbreak, played out in corridors so long they seemed designed for pacing anxiously while plotting someone's downfall. If ghosts are formed by intense emotion and unresolved trauma, Hampton Court is practically a supernatural incubator. Staff and visitors have reported strange experiences there for centuries. Footsteps echoing behind them, sudden cold spots, doors slamming for no reason, the sense of being watched by someone with strong opinions about royal protocol. But in December 2003, Hampton Court added something new to its long list of ghostly credentials. It added CCTV footage. Late one evening, a security camera monitoring one of the palace's public corridors recorded something odd. At first, nothing seems unusual. The hallway is empty, quiet. Then, one of the heavy fire doors begins to open. This alone isn't especially spooky. Old buildings do things like that. They shift, they breathe, they complain. But then, the door opens wider, and standing in the doorway is a tall, broad-shouldered figure in what looks unmistakably like period clothing. A long cloak, dark fabric, a silhouette that belongs in the 16th century, not a modern fire safety corridor. The figure pauses, as if taking in the space, then turns and walks out of frame. No blur, no flicker, just a very solid-looking something doing a very calm walk through history. The footage was reviewed by staff, then reviewed again and again. No one could identify the figure. No employees were dressed in costume. The palace was closed to the public. There were no reenactments scheduled. And perhaps most unsettling of all, 2 other cameras had captured the same door violently opening and closing earlier that day, as if someone were having a disagreement with it. The video was eventually released to the public, and reactions were swift. Skeptics squinted, believers cheered. Internet forums did what internet forums do best and immediately declared it proof of everything from ghosts to time slips to budget cuts in palace security. Hampton Court, meanwhile, sighed deeply and admitted that yes, the palace was haunted. So who or what was caught on camera? Many believe the figure was the ghost of Catherine Howard, Henry VIII's 5th wife, and one of the palace's most tragic residents. Catherine was young, frightened, and entirely unprepared for the Tudor court's appetite for scandal. Accused of adultery, she reportedly ran screaming through Hampton Court's corridors, begging Henry for mercy before being arrested. She was executed in 1542, her life ending violently and publicly. Some say her spirit still roams the palace, particularly near the haunted gallery where she was last seen alive. Traditionally, Catherine's ghost is described as desperate, anguished, and rushing. The CCTV figure, however, moves slowly and deliberately, which has caused some historians to raise a skeptical eyebrow. Others suggest the figure could be Henry VIII himself. His ghost is often reported at Hampton Court, usually described as tall, imposing, and dressed in regal attire. Sightings tend to coincide with storms or cold nights, because apparently even in death, Henry insists on theatrical timing. There are also reports of Jane Seymour, the only wife Henry reportedly loved, who died shortly after giving birth to his long-awaited son. Her ghost is said to appear carrying a candle, calm and pale, gliding silently through the palace. If so, she has much better composure than most people would after surviving Henry VIII. The problem with matching the CCTV figure to any one ghost is that it doesn't quite fit the established patterns. It doesn't float, it doesn't flicker, it doesn't appear translucent or distressed. It looks, frankly, like someone who belongs there. Which brings us neatly to the rational explanations. Skeptics argue the footage could show a member of staff or a reenactor accidentally caught on camera. Perhaps someone in costume stepped briefly into view, or perhaps lighting conditions combined with camera compression and shadow created a convincing illusion. Human brains are excellent at turning vague shapes into meaningful figures, especially when history has primed us to expect something strange. There's also the possibility of a hoax. CCTV systems can glitch, doors can be tampered with, and once a location is famous for hauntings, every unexplained moment is immediately promoted to paranormal celebrity. But here's the inconvenient detail. The palace staff checked thoroughly. No one was there. No one admitted to being there. No costumes were unaccounted for, and no one could explain why the door behaved the way it did across multiple cameras, which is where the more speculative theories enter, wearing velvet cloaks and dramatic expressions. Some paranormal researchers suggest the footage shows a residual haunting, not a conscious ghost, but an echo of the past replaying itself. According to this idea, intense emotional events can imprint on a location, like a recording stuck on loop. What the camera captured wasn't a spirit aware of being seen, but a fragment of history walking through a familiar route, utterly uninterested in the 21st century. Others propose something stranger. A time slip. A moment where two periods briefly overlapped, allowing someone from the past to wander into our present without noticing anything amiss. If you were a Tudor courtier, after all, a corridor with doors wouldn't seem suspicious. The cameras would be invisible, the silence normal. You'd walk on, none the wiser, while modern viewers lost their minds. And then there are those who insist the CCTV footage represents exactly what it looks like. A ghost, captured clearly, casually, without special effects. A reminder that history doesn't always stay put just because we've moved on. What makes the Hampton Court footage so unsettling isn't fear, it's normalcy. The figure doesn't threaten, it doesn't rush, it doesn't react to the door or the space. It behaves like it belongs there, which, in a palace built for kings and queens long dead, might be the most chilling detail of all. There is something profoundly unsettling about the ocean floor. We map it, we scan it, we insist we understand it, and yet vast portions remain unexplored, unseen, and quietly unconcerned with our confidence. Space may be the final frontier, but the sea is the one that keeps secrets without even trying. In 2011, one such secret floated briefly to the surface of human attention and then settled right back into mystery. It began in the Baltic Sea, a body of water known for shipwrecks, submarines, and a long, complicated relationship with warfare. The Baltic is shallow by ocean standards, cold, murky, and heavy with sediment. Things sink there and tend to stay put, quietly aging while history moves on above them. That year, a Swedish exploration team called Ocean X was scanning the seafloor using side-scan sonar, looking for shipwrecks. Their equipment was designed to spot the long, broken shapes of boats and submarines. What it found instead made everyone sit up a little straighter. The sonar image showed something large, circular, roughly 60 meters across, resting on the seabed like it had chosen that spot deliberately. It appeared to have straight edges, a raised structure, and what looked disturbingly like a ramp or stairway leading away from it. Even more unsettling, the image seemed to show a trail, as though the object had once moved across the seafloor before stopping. Naturally, the internet lost its mind. The anomaly, as it became known, was quickly declared everything from a crashed UFO to a lost Nazi superweapon to the remains of an ancient civilization that definitely, absolutely existed and just forgot to leave behind any supporting evidence. The team behind the discovery, led by Peter Lindberg, was careful not to jump to conclusions. Lindberg described the object as something we didn't expect. When Ocean X returned to the site for closer inspection, the mystery deepened instead of clearing up. Divers reported strange interference with electronic equipment near the object. Cameras malfunctioned. Satellite phones stopped working. Once they moved away, everything returned to normal. which is exactly the sort of detail that makes scientists sigh and conspiracy theorists pour a drink. Physical samples taken from the area showed rocks that appeared to have been exposed to intense heat. Volcanic basalt, perhaps, or something else entirely, depending on how dramatic you're feeling that day. So, what is the most plausible explanation? Geologists were quick to suggest that the anomaly is a natural rock formation, possibly shaped by glacial activity during the last ice age. As massive ice sheets moved and melted, they carved, scraped, and deposited material in strange ways. Circular formations, unusual ridges, and isolated rock structures are not unheard of, especially in a region shaped by ice for thousands of years. From this perspective, the anomaly isn't a structure at all. It just looks artificial, because human brains are extremely bad at accepting that nature can do geometry better than we can. We see symmetry and assume intention. We see curves and edges and immediately think design, even when geology is perfectly capable of producing both. The trail leading to the object could be explained by glacial movement or sediment displacement, the electronic interference, possibly equipment issues in a harsh environment, salt water, pressure, cold, and depth are famously unkind to electronics. Occam's razor would like us to calm down and go to bed, but Occam's razor does not get good ratings, because there are problems with the purely geological explanation. The object's shape is unusually precise. The walls appear almost vertical in places. The surrounding seafloor is relatively flat, making the anomaly stand out like a deliberate placement rather than a random formation. And while glacial action explains many things, it rarely explains things that look like they were parked. Enter the spicier theories. One of the most popular claims is that the Baltic Sea Anomaly is a crashed extraterrestrial craft. The circular shape, the ramp-like feature, the alleged electromagnetic interference. Supporters argued that the Baltic Sea was once dry land during the Ice Age, meaning the object could have landed long before humans had the decency to notice. Others lean into wartime conspiracy. The Baltic Sea was a hotbed of secret military activity during World War II. Could the anomaly be an experimental Nazi device? A sunken test platform? A prototype weapon that never made it off the drawing board? The lack of documentation is, of course, taken as proof that the documentation was hidden. Convenient, but popular. Then there's the ancient civilization theory. This one suggests the object is a remnant of a long-lost culture that existed before recorded history, possibly when sea levels were lower. A structure, not a vehicle, a temple, a base, a marker. This theory pairs beautifully with vague references to Atlantis and collapses immediately when asked for evidence beyond, "But look at it." And finally, there's the theory that perhaps it's exactly what it looks like because we don't yet have the language to describe it properly. Something natural but unfamiliar. Something formed through processes we don't fully understand. Something that reminds us the planet is older, stranger, and far less interested in clarity than we would like. What keeps the Baltic Sea Anomaly fascinating isn't just the object itself, but how quickly certainty falls apart around it. Every explanation explains part of the mystery and fails at the rest. Every theory fits until you look too closely. The deeper you go, the murkier it becomes. And maybe that's fitting. The ocean does not reveal itself easily. It keeps its stories muffled under pressure and darkness. Sometimes it offers a glimpse, a shadow on a sonar screen, just enough to spark wonder and argument, and then it settles back into silence. The Baltic Sea Anomaly remains where it is, unmoved, unbothered, waiting patiently while we argue about it from above, safely dry, pretending we're in control of the narrative. In August 1975, Diane Berthelot visited St Mary's Church in Worstead, North Norfolk, UK, with her husband and son. It was a particularly hot August day, therefore they chose to visit the church to escape the summer heat. Diane, who had been feeling unwell, rested on a pew near the front and offered a brief prayer for improved health, while her husband explored the building and took several photographs. It was only after returning home from their trip that the family discovered something extraordinary. While reviewing their photographs, they were astonished to find that Diane appeared in one image with an unknown figure seated behind her, despite their certainty that they had been alone in the church at the time. The mysterious figure seemed to be dressed in traditional clothing, possibly made from worsted cloth, for which the village is well known, and wore a bonnet. She also appeared surrounded by a striking white light. The image remained an intriguing mystery until the family returned to North Norfolk the following summer. During their return visit, the Berthelots showed the photograph to a vicar at the church. He explained the legend of the White Lady and described her as a compassionate and healing spirit. It was then that Diane realized the illness she had struggled with for some time had noticeably improved after that original visit the previous year. The photograph is now displayed at the White Lady pub, where unusual occurrences have reportedly taken place ever since. Lights switching on by themselves, glasses being moved, and visitors sensing a touch while in the cellar. Yet, the presence is not considered frightening, but rather comforting, as if the White Lady now dwells within the building that bears her name. The true identity of the White Lady of Worstead Church, however, remains unknown. But there's more. Of course there's more. In the 1830s, a man staying at the King's Head Tavern in the town heard the tale of the White Lady. According to local legend, the White Lady appeared every Christmas Eve, and anyone who saw her would meet an untimely death. The gentleman dismissed the story as nonsense and boldly declared that he would spend the night in the church, and should the White Lady appear, he would kiss her. As it was Christmas Eve, he was eager to test the legend and prove the superstitious locals wrong. He entered the church and climbed up into the belfry. When he failed to return and concern began to grow, his friends went in search of him. They eventually discovered him huddled in the belfry, trembling with fear and muttering incoherently. He was clearly dying. His final words were, "I've seen her. I've seen her." Today, this story is proudly displayed at the White Lady pub in Worstead. Formerly known as the New Inn, the establishment was renamed the White Lady in 2011, when new ownership took over. The owner drew inspiration from his own residence, a building that once served as the King's Head. Although the lady in white was once believed to have caused at least one death on Christmas Eve, local belief has since shifted, and she is now regarded as a far more benevolent presence. So, what is the most plausible explanation? Skeptics pointed to double exposure, camera shake, or light refraction bouncing off stone and stained glass. Believers, meanwhile, noted how closely the apparition matched traditional descriptions of the White Lady. Seated rather than standing, calm rather than dramatic, luminous but not threatening. What makes the photograph so compelling isn't just the shape of the figure, but its mood. It doesn't feel staged. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, quietly, patiently, like grief that never quite learned how to leave. Whether it's a trick of light, a photographic coincidence, or something far more uncomfortable, the image captured exactly why the White Lady endures. Not because she frightens us, but because she feels heartbreakingly real. Old churches are filled with reflective stone, candles, shadows, and filtered daylight. The human brain is exceptionally good at turning vague shapes into familiar forms, especially in emotionally charged spaces. A trick of light, a passing cloud, a moment of tired imagination. There's also the power of expectation. Once a story becomes known, it shapes perception. Visitors to St. Mary's often know about the White Lady before they arrive. The mind, primed with suggestion, fills in gaps eagerly. We don't see with our eyes alone. We see with memory, culture, and belief. Psychologists would also note that churches are places where people lower their emotional defenses. They become reflective, vulnerable. In such states, the line between inner experience and external perception can blur. And yet, there are aspects of the White Lady that resist easy dismissal. Sightings span centuries. Descriptions remain remarkably consistent. The figure appears in the same locations, behaving in the same quiet way. There are no reports of her outside the church grounds, no wandering the village, no dramatic exits. She stays where she is. Which brings us to the theories that refuse to stay politely rational. One belief is that the White Lady is a classic residual haunting, not a conscious spirit, but an emotional imprint replaying itself over time. Her grief, so intense and so focused on the church, may have etched itself into the place. What witnesses see is not a ghost aware of them, but a moment from the past looping endlessly, like a memory the building itself refuses to forget. Others believe she is fully aware. In this interpretation, the White Lady isn't trapped. She is devoted, watching over the living from the same place she once sought comfort in life. If so, she may be less a ghost and more a guardian of grief, reminding visitors that love doesn't end neatly when life does. There are also folkloric interpretations. White ladies appear throughout British ghost lore, often associated with loss, purity, and unresolved sorrow. They are rarely violent, rarely malicious. They are figures of mourning, not menace. And then there is the simplest, and perhaps most unsettling idea of all. What if some emotions are strong enough to stay? Not as screaming spectres or rattling chains, but as presence, as atmosphere, as something that occasionally becomes visible when conditions are just right. A reminder that human feeling is not as temporary as we like to believe. History has a particular look. Even when it's messy, blurry, or badly framed, it usually behaves itself. People dress like their era. They stand like their era. They hold their hands awkwardly, because no one quite knew what to do with their hands yet. History, in other words, follows the rules, until it doesn't. In the summer of 1941, somewhere in British Columbia, a group of well-dressed men and women gathered on a gentle hillside. The occasion was ordinary. A crowd, a moment, a photographer doing his job. The resulting photograph should have been forgettable. Instead, decades later, it became the internet's favourite example of time travel, allegedly photo-bombing the past. because right there in the middle of the image stands a man who does not belong. He's wearing sunglasses that look suspiciously modern. Not the tiny wire frames of the 1940s, but chunky, casual shades that whisper, "I own a reusable coffee cup." His hair is tousled in a way that suggests styling gel and self-awareness. He wears a graphic t-shirt under a cardigan or sweater, which is already raising eyebrows. And slung casually over his shoulder is something that looks an awful lot like a modern camera. He is relaxed, comfortable, smiling faintly. He looks, to put it bluntly, like a hipster who took a wrong turn on the way to a craft brewery and ended up in 1941. When this photo resurfaced online in the early 2000s, people lost their collective minds. Comment sections erupted, forums filled with red circles and arrows. Time travel, they declared, had been caught on film. Proof, at last. The future had visited the past, and apparently it dressed casually. To understand why this image caused such chaos, we need to rewind not just to the photograph, but to the world it came from. The early 1940s were not a chill time to be alive. The world was at war, fashion was conservative, materials were rationed, and people tended to dress with intention. Even casual clothing looked formal by modern standards. Men wore buttoned shirts, suspenders, sturdy shoes. Sunglasses existed, yes, but they were practical, often round or aviator style, and nowhere near the bold plastic frames we associate with later decades. Photography itself was still a serious affair. Cameras were bulky. Most people didn't casually sling one over their shoulder unless they were a professional or very dedicated amateur. The act of being photographed was an event. You stood still. You faced the camera. You behaved. Which is why this man's posture alone feels wrong. He's leaning. He's at ease. He's behaving like someone who knows cameras well enough to ignore them. Naturally, the theories began immediately. The most dramatic explanation was also the most fun. A time traveller, possibly from the early 2000s, had journeyed back to the 1940s for reasons unknown. Maybe he was observing history. Maybe he was lost. Maybe he was just really committed to irony. The sunglasses were futuristic. The t-shirt was anachronistic. The camera looked decades ahead of its time. Some versions of the story embellished further. He wasn't just a time traveller, they said. He was careless, sloppy. He didn't even bother to blend in. A rookie mistake, honestly. If you're going to risk the space-time continuum, at least put on a hat. Others suggested government experiments, secret programs, early temporal research hidden beneath the chaos of wartime. If time travel were real, surely it would be military first. The man wasn't a tourist. He was a test subject, or an observer, or a warning. Then there were the darker interpretations, that this wasn't a visitor from the future, but proof that reality itself isn't as stable as we think. That sometimes the seams show, that time folds, overlaps, glitches, like a badly edited film reel. But let's slow down. Take a breath. Sip imaginary tea. Because before we let this man shatter the laws of physics, we should examine the photograph a little more carefully. The image comes from a collection taken in the 1940s, later archived and digitized. The crowd is attending the reopening of a bridge after repairs, which explains the celebratory atmosphere. Everyone else in the photo fits the era neatly. Hats, dresses, jackets, sensible shoes. And then there's him. The sunglasses, often cited as the biggest giveaway, turn out to be less scandalous on closer inspection. Wraparound sunglasses, including ones with darker lenses, did exist earlier than most people assume. They were often used for sports, outdoor work, and mountaineering. They weren't common, but they weren't impossible. The t-shirt is trickier. Graphic tees feel modern because we associate them with branding and self-expression, but printed shirts existed as early as the 1930s. Sports teams, resorts, and events sometimes produced them. They were niche, but not unheard of. The camera too looks modern at first glance, but experts have pointed out that portable cameras with shoulder straps existed well before World War II. They were expensive, yes, but not futuristic. Even his cardigan, that symbol of ironic cool, checks out historically. Knitwear was popular, practical, and widely worn. So what about the hair? The posture? The vibe? This is where things get interesting. Because looking modern is not the same as being modern. Much of what we read as contemporary is actually about confidence and context. This man stands out because he doesn't perform the era. He isn't stiff. He isn't formal. He isn't playing along. Which raises a far less sexy, but far more plausible explanation. He might simply be a guy who didn't care. Every era has them. People who dress differently, who adopt niche styles, who don't follow social scripts. The 1940s were no exception. Counterculture didn't begin in the 1960s. It just got louder then. He could have been an early adopter, a fashion outlier, a photographer who preferred function over form, someone more interested in capturing the moment than participating in it. And once you know to look for that explanation, the mystery softens. The photo stops screaming time traveller and starts whispering weird uncle. Still, the internet was not ready to let go. Because here's the thing. Even when the facts line up, the feeling remains. There's something uncanny about him. Something that doesn't quite settle. The mind resists the mundane answer because the exciting one feels so good. And that's really what this mystery is about. Not time travel, not conspiracies, but how we see the past. We imagine history as rigid and predictable. We forget that people then were just as strange, creative, and non-conforming as people now. We expect them to behave like museum exhibits instead of humans. So when someone breaks the illusion, we panic. That panic creates legends. In the years since the photo went viral, it's been analysed to death, zoomed, cropped, enhanced, debated. No evidence of manipulation has been found. No records identify the man by name, but there's also nothing to suggest he wasn't exactly what he appears to be. A guy at a bridge opening, with good sunglasses and zero interest in fitting in. And yet, there's still that small, delicious doubt. Because even if every item he wears existed at the time, the combination is unusual. Because fashion is not just about availability, but taste. Because trends don't usually align so neatly ahead of their time. And because deep down, we like the idea that time is less orderly than we're told. That maybe it loops, or skips, or occasionally lets a hipster through as a joke. Was he a time traveller? Almost certainly not. But is it comforting to imagine that the future might casually stroll through the past, grin at the camera, and leave us something to argue about decades later? Absolutely. History doesn't always behave, and sometimes it wears sunglasses before it's supposed to. If you ever find yourself in a narrow valley in rural Norway, surrounded by pine forests, mountains, and the kind of silence that feels personal, there's something important you should know. The sky is not entirely trustworthy here. The Hessdalen Valley looks harmless enough. It's peaceful, remote, and sparsely populated. A few farms, a few houses, snow in the winter that piles up like it means to stay forever. In summer, endless daylight. In winter, endless night. The sort of place where nothing happens, which is precisely why people noticed when something did. For centuries, residents of this valley have reported strange lights appearing in the sky. They hover, they drift, they dart suddenly as if startled. Sometimes they glow white, sometimes yellow, sometimes an unsettling red. They can last seconds or hours. They can move slowly or accelerate in ways that make pilots nervous and physicists frown. And they keep coming back. The earliest written reports go back to the 1800s, but locals insist the phenomenon is older. Stories passed down. Grandparents telling children not to stare too long. Farmers pausing their work to watch the sky do something it absolutely should not be doing. For a long time, no one outside the valley cared. Rural people see strange things all the time. Lights in the sky are probably reflections, weather, or alcohol. Case closed. Then, the 1980s happened. Between 1981 and 1984, the lights went from occasional curiosity to full-time residence. They appeared frequently, night after night, sometimes multiple times a night. Witnesses described orbs as large as cars, objects hovering just above the ground, lights that split into smaller lights and rejoined like they were practicing social skills. This was no longer folklore. This was a pattern. Scientists were invited. Equipment was brought in. Cameras, radar, magnetometers. Serious people with serious eyebrows stood in the snow, staring upward, trying very hard not to sound ridiculous. And the lights showed up for them too. That's the part that really upset everyone, because hallucinations don't usually cooperate with research schedules. The lights were photographed, filmed, tracked on radar, measured emitting electromagnetic radiation. They appeared to move intelligently, though no one was brave enough to say that officially. Sometimes they seemed to react to vehicles, changing direction when cars entered the valley. At other times, they floated serenely, like they had nowhere else to be. The phenomenon became known internationally, and suddenly Hessdalen was famous for something other than being cold and quiet. Tourists arrived. UFO enthusiasts camped out. Scientists argued. Everyone agreed on one thing. Something was happening. So, what exactly was it? The most grounded explanations begin with geology. The Hessdalen Valley is rich in minerals, including copper, zinc, and sulfur. Some researchers suggest that under certain conditions, these minerals interact in ways that create electrically charged plasma, essentially glowing balls of ionized air. It's a neat theory. Elegant. Science loves elegance. The idea is that when the valley's unique combination of minerals, moisture, and temperature line up just right, electrical discharges occur. These discharges create luminous phenomena that can float, move, and even respond to electromagnetic fields. In other words, the valley itself is misfiring. There's also the piezoelectric theory. Certain minerals generate electrical charges when placed under pressure. The valley sits along geological fault lines. Tiny shifts in the earth could theoretically produce energy releases that manifest as light. It's all very sensible, very academic, very reassuring, and deeply unsatisfying. Because while plasma can explain glow and movement, it struggles with consistency. The lights don't behave randomly. They appear at similar times, in similar locations, with similar behavioral patterns. They last longer than plasma typically should. They move with purpose, stopping and starting, sometimes accelerating faster than any known atmospheric phenomenon should allow. Then there's the radar issue. Some of the lights have been tracked at speeds that defy conventional physics. At this point, the scientific explanations start to sound like they're clearing their throats a lot, which is when the spicier theories step in. The obvious one is extraterrestrial activity. The lights are often compared to classic UFO sightings, intelligent movement, repeated appearances in the same location, interaction with the environment. The valley could be a monitoring point, a refueling station, a place where the veil between worlds is thinner, if you're feeling poetic about it. Skeptics roll their eyes. Believers roll out lawn chairs. Then there are the interdimensional theories. Not aliens from far away, but neighbours from next door in reality terms. Beings or energy forms slipping through cracks in space-time. The lights aren't ships. They're manifestations. Side effects of something passing through. This theory has the advantage of explaining absolutely everything while proving absolutely nothing. There's also the idea that the lights are some kind of natural intelligence, not conscious in a human way, but reactive, a phenomenon that responds to stimuli without thought, like fire, or weather, or cats. This idea is oddly comforting. The valley isn't haunted or invaded. It's alive. Locals, for their part, tend to be practical. They've lived with the lights long enough to stop panicking. Some say they're beautiful. Some say they're annoying. A few swear they bring good luck. Others avoid them entirely. There are stories of lights following people, of hovering just beyond reach, of appearing during moments of emotional intensity, as if the sky itself were nosy. Are these exaggerations? Probably, but folklore doesn't grow in a vacuum. What makes Hessdalen so compelling is that it refuses to settle. Decades of study haven't closed the case. The lights still appear, though less frequently than during their peak. Research stations still monitor the valley. Data continues to accumulate. And still, no single explanation fits perfectly. Which brings us to the most unsettling possibility of all, that this isn't a mystery waiting to be solved, that it's a reminder. A reminder that the world is larger than our understanding, that nature is capable of producing wonders that don't care if we're comfortable with them, that not everything strange is dangerous, and not everything unexplained is supernatural. Sometimes the universe just likes to put on a show, because mysteries don't exist to be conquered. Some exist to be lived alongside, to be glanced at before bed, to be remembered softly as sleep pulls you under. There are old houses, and then there are houses that know things. Raynham Hall is very much the second kind. Built in the early 1600s in Norfolk, England, it was meant to impress. Wide staircases, high ceilings, portraits staring down with the confidence of people who had never had to Google anything. Generations of the Townshend family lived there, hosted there, argued there, and quietly resented one another there, as history demands. From the outside, it looks exactly like what you want a haunted house to look like. Balanced, dignified, polite, nothing dramatic, nothing obvious, which is how the best ghost stories start. The legend of the Brown Lady centres around one woman, Dorothy Townshend. She married Charles Townshend, Viscount of Raynham, in the early 1700s. By all accounts, this was not a marriage built on affection. It was strategic, stiff, and emotionally chilly, like most aristocratic unions of the time. Dorothy was said to be warm, lively, and popular. Charles was less so. Suspicious, controlling, not a man you'd want to be trapped in a house with, let alone a marriage. Rumours began to circulate that Dorothy had been involved with another man, possibly even before her marriage. Whether this was true is still debated, but Charles believed it. And in that era, a husband's belief mattered far more than a wife's reality. According to legend, Charles responded in the most reasonable way possible. He locked her up. Dorothy was allegedly confined to Raynham Hall, hidden away from society, cut off from friends and family, and left to live out her days in isolation. Some versions of the story say she was imprisoned for years, others claim decades. All agree that she died in the house, miserable and alone, and that she never quite left. The first reports of her ghost began in the early 19th century. Servants whispered of a woman gliding through the hallways, her dress rustling softly. She wore a brown gown, hence the name. Her face was sometimes described as serene, other times horrifyingly empty, with hollow eye sockets like a skull peering through lace. She was most often seen on the grand staircase, always the staircase. Visitors claimed to see her descending slowly, one hand resting on the banister, moving with purpose, as if repeating a walk she had taken countless times before. She never spoke. She never acknowledged anyone. She simply passed through, leaving behind a cold heaviness that lingered long after she was gone. Naturally, people tried very hard to ignore this. Aristocratic households do not enjoy being haunted. It's tacky. It brings gossip. So, the family brushed off the stories. Servants were encouraged to keep quiet. Guests were told it was drafts and imagination. Then, in 1936, someone brought a camera. 2 photographers from a popular magazine were visiting Raynham Hall to capture images of the house's interiors. It was a straightforward assignment. Architecture. Atmosphere. Nothing supernatural was expected or requested. As they prepared to photograph the staircase, one of them suddenly froze. There, on the steps, was a figure. They later described it as a woman in a flowing dress, descending the staircase exactly as the story said she would. She appeared solid, not misty, defined, real enough to panic them. Instinct took over. One of the photographers triggered the shutter. The figure vanished. When the photograph was developed, there she was, a pale, semi-transparent shape drifting down the stairs. The outline of a dress, the suggestion of a face. Enough detail to unsettle, but not enough to clarify. The image was published, and the world lost its collective composure. This was no blurry smudge, no accidental double exposure according to the photographers. This was a composed shot, taken under pressure by professionals who had nothing to gain from a hoax. The Brown Lady had gone public. The reaction was immediate and intense. Believers hailed it as proof of life after death, Skeptics demanded explanations. Editors smiled quietly at soaring sales. So, what actually happened on that staircase? The most plausible explanation, as always, is the least romantic. Double exposure. A trick of light. A photographic error caused by long exposure times and movement. Cameras in the 1930s were not forgiving devices. A slight miscalculation could produce ghostly effects. Some experts suggest that a reflection from a window or mirror combined with the banister's curve created the illusion of a figure. Others argue that dust or smoke could have contributed to the shape. All of these explanations are technically possible. None of them feel satisfying, because the image aligns too neatly with the legend. The posture, the location, the dress, the timing. If this were random, it was extraordinarily specific. And then there are the witnesses. Over the years, Raynham Hall accumulated accounts from people with nothing to prove. Guests who had never heard the story before seeing the figure. Servants who described the same woman independently. Children who refused to sleep near the staircase for reasons they couldn't articulate. Could they all have influenced one another? Of course. Stories spread. Expectations shape perception, but expectation doesn't usually create identical details. The supernatural explanations vary in flavour, but share a core idea. Dorothy Townshend, wronged and imprisoned, left an emotional imprint so strong it embedded itself into the house. The Brown Lady is not a ghost in the traditional sense, but a memory replaying itself, a loop of sorrow and routine. Others believe she's fully conscious, a spirit aware of her surroundings, bound to the place where her life narrowed and ended. She walks the staircase because it was one of the few freedoms she had left. Then there's the darker theory, that Dorothy was never truly imprisoned, that the story grew over time, exaggerated by scandal and drama, that the real haunting is guilt. A family haunted not by a ghost, but by the knowledge that they failed someone quietly and thoroughly. In that version, the Brown Lady is a projection, a collective conscience manifesting as a woman in mourning. Either way, she's persistent. Raynham Hall eventually changed hands, but the stories followed. Even today, visitors report feelings of being watched, sudden chills, a sense of pressure near the staircase, like the air itself is remembering something unpleasant. No one reports attacks, no screaming apparitions, no flying furniture, just a woman walking down the stairs. And perhaps that's why this story endures. Because it isn't loud, it doesn't rely on shock or violence. It's slow, restrained, dignified, much like the house itself, much like the era that created it. The Brown Lady doesn't ask for attention. She doesn't announce herself. She simply appears, does what she has always done, and disappears again. If she is real, she's not there to frighten anyone. She's there because she never left. Every so often, the ocean does something deeply rude. It gives us a gift. A soggy, decaying, unidentifiable gift. One that washes ashore uninvited, reeks of rot, and dares us to explain it. These are known, charmingly, as globsters, which sounds cute until you realise it means giant blob of dead something that science did not order. Globsters have appeared on beaches for centuries. Massive carcasses with no clear features, no obvious heads, no neat skeletons, just flesh, fibres, and questions. Most are eventually identified as whales in various stages of decomposition. The ocean, it turns out, is very good at rearranging anatomy into nightmare fuel. But every now and then, one refuses to cooperate. Enter Trunko. In October of 1924, near Margate, South Africa, beachgoers witnessed something extraordinary. Offshore, in the rolling surf, two enormous creatures appeared to be locked in combat. One was described as whale-like. The other was something else entirely. This second creature was white. Not bone white or belly white. Hair white, covered in what witnesses described as thick, shaggy fur, glistening in the sunlight and trailing in the water like wet silk. It thrashed violently, wrapping itself around the whale, pulling, striking, refusing to let go. The battle lasted for hours. People gathered. They watched from the shore as the sea boiled and churned. Eventually, both creatures disappeared beneath the waves. The crowd assumed the drama was over. They were wrong. A few days later, something washed ashore. It was massive. Estimates ranged from 45 to over 50 feet long. It had no visible head, no tail, no recognizable limbs. Its body was composed of dense, fibrous tissue, matted and pale, with a texture described as hair-like but not quite fur. And it stank. Profoundly. Local newspapers dubbed it Trunko, for reasons that remain mercifully unexplained. Photos were taken, reports were filed, scientists were notified. And then tragically, the tide came back in and reclaimed the body before it could be properly studied, which is exactly the sort of thing that makes historians grind their teeth. The photos that survive show a truly unsettling object. Not skeletal, not blubbery, just layers upon layers of white, ropey tissue, like a sea monster assembled from wet carpets and bad intentions. So what on earth was it? The most plausible explanation is also the least exciting. Trunko was likely the decomposed remains of a whale, possibly a sperm whale. When whales decay, their blubber can slough off, exposing collagen fibers that resemble hair or fur. The head and tail often detach first, leaving behind a shapeless mass that looks nothing like an animal we recognize. The ocean, in short, had stripped the whale down to its weirdest components. This explanation works well on paper. It explains the size, the texture, the lack of identifiable features. It even explains why similar globsters have been misidentified throughout history. What it struggles to explain is the eyewitness account. Because decomposing whales do not typically engage in hours-long battles with other whales. Especially not battles witnessed by multiple people, described consistently, and reported before the carcass ever appeared on shore. Skeptics argue that the fight could have been misinterpreted whale behaviour, breaching, rolling, feeding, or even mating, which is a sentence no one enjoys hearing applied to this situation. Distance and scale at sea are notoriously deceptive. A single animal can look like two. Foam and surf can create illusions of movement. People see what they expect to see. And yet, the descriptions of Trunko's fur were unusually specific. Witnesses insisted it was not blubber, not flesh, but long flowing strands, like hair. Something not associated with whales at all, which is when the more adventurous theories surface. Some suggested Trunko was an unknown species of marine mammal, a relic from an earlier age, something adapted to deep water and rarely seen. The oceans, after all, remain largely unexplored. We know more about the surface of the moon than the deep sea. This theory gets a little boost from the fact that the ocean keeps surprising us. Giant squid were once considered myths. Colossal squid weren't confirmed until the 21st century. New species are still being discovered regularly. So could Trunko have been real? A creature we simply hadn't catalogued yet? Possibly. Then come the cryptid enthusiasts, stretching eagerly. They propose Trunko as a sea monster, a cousin to the kraken, a survivor from prehistoric times, a creature whose natural state is do not classify. Some go further, suggesting the fur indicates something mammalian but not cetacean, something warm-blooded, massive and very angry. Others claim it was evidence of a failed evolutionary branch, nature's rough draft. And then, of course, there's the extraterrestrial angle. Because if you can't identify it and it came from the sea and it looks wrong, someone will eventually decide it fell from space. In this version, Trunko wasn't a creature at all, but organic debris from an alien craft. Biological waste. An experiment gone poorly. The ocean swallowed it, fought over it, and returned it to us briefly out of spite. Is this likely? No. Is it comforting? Also no. What makes Trunko especially frustrating is the timing. If this had happened later, the body might have been secured, studied, sampled, DNA extracted, answers given. But in 1924, scientific response time was slower, funding was scarcer, and the sea does not wait for peer review. So Trunko slipped away. All we're left with are grainy photos, newspaper clippings, and a collective sense that something strange happened and we didn't handle it very well. There's a pattern here. Globsters appear, confuse us, and vanish, over and over again. Each time we argue, each time science eventually catches up, explains most cases, and quietly files them away as whale. But Trunko resists filing. Because of that fight, because of the fur, because of the witnesses who watched something enormous struggle in the surf for hours. It sits in that uncomfortable space between explanation and mystery. Too detailed to dismiss, too incomplete to confirm. And maybe that's the ocean's favourite place to leave things. The sea is not interested in clarity. It erases tracks. It rearranges evidence. It returns objects without context and dares us to guess. Sometimes it gives us beauty, sometimes terror, and sometimes it gives us a giant hairy blob and leaves us arguing about it for 100 years. Was Trunko just a whale, stripped to its strangest form? Probably. But was it also a reminder that the world still contains things we don't understand, places we haven't seen, and creatures that don't care whether we believe in them? Absolutely. The ocean keeps its secrets, and occasionally it washes one ashore, just long enough to haunt our dreams. On the night of February 24th, 1942, Los Angeles was already on edge. The United States had entered World War II just months earlier. Pearl Harbor was fresh in everyone's mind. The West Coast was convinced it was next. Blackout drills were routine. Air raid sirens were no longer theoretical. Fear had moved in and made itself comfortable. So when something strange appeared in the sky, the city didn't pause to ask questions. It panicked. Shortly after 2 a.m., radar contacts were reported off the California coast. Lights were spotted in the sky. Sirens wailed. Power went out across the city. Searchlights snapped on, crisscrossing the darkness like frantic fingers. And then the guns opened fire. Anti-aircraft artillery began pounding the sky over Los Angeles. Shells exploded overhead, lighting the night in violent flashes. For hours, the barrage continued. Over 1,000 rounds were fired. The sky burned. The city held its breath. And whatever they were shooting at did not fall. By morning, 5 civilians were dead. Not from bombs or enemy fire, but from heart attacks and accidents during the chaos. Buildings were damaged by falling shrapnel. Cars were crushed. Streets were littered with shell fragments. There were no enemy planes, no wreckage, no bodies. Just a lot of questions and a very embarrassed military. At first, officials claimed it had been a Japanese attack. Then they said it was weather balloons. Then flares. Then stray signal balloons. Then, awkwardly, they admitted they weren't sure. Which is not what you want to hear after firing artillery over a major city for several hours. Photographs taken that night show something unsettling. Searchlights converging on a bright object in the sky. Not a plane shape. Not multiple targets. One thing, sitting there, illuminated, absorbing fire. The newspapers ran with it. So did the public imagination. If this wasn't an attack, then what was it? The most plausible explanation is also the most chaotic. A false alarm triggered by a weather balloon or stray flare, combined with heightened nerves and poor communication. One gun fired, others followed. The searchlights found smoke, clouds, or debris, and the human brain did what it does best under stress. It filled in the blanks. Once the firing started, it became self-sustaining. Exploding shells created flashes. Flashes suggested movement. Movement justified more firing. No one wanted to be the person who hesitated while everyone else was shooting. Fear fed itself. This explanation fits the context. Wartime hysteria is powerful. Entire cities have panicked over far less. Add darkness, adrenaline, and authority figures yelling contradictory orders, and you have a recipe for disaster. But there are cracks. Radar contacts were reported before the firing began. Multiple witnesses described a slow-moving object, not drifting debris. Pilots later stated that whatever was in the sky moved steadily and deliberately, unaffected by the barrage. And those photographs remain deeply inconvenient, which is where the spicier theories enter, arms wide open. The most famous, of course, is that this was an unidentified flying object. Not a plane, not a balloon. Something technological, controlled, and very interested in Los Angeles. The fact that it appeared shortly after the US entered the war raises eyebrows. Surveillance, perhaps. Observation. And the fact that it withstood anti-aircraft fire without damage? That really gets people talking. Some believe it wasn't extraterrestrial, but secret human technology. Experimental aircraft being tested without proper coordination. The military knew more than it admitted and chose confusion over disclosure. Others argue it was a psychological test, a dry run to see how cities would react under perceived attack. If so, the results were loud. Then there's the darker, quieter idea that something unknown passed overhead that night. Something neither side recognized. Something that didn't engage, didn't attack, didn't respond. Just moved through the sky, indifferent to the panic below. And that the barrage wasn't an attempt to defend the city. It was a reflex. What makes the Battle of Los Angeles so unsettling isn't the idea of UFOs or conspiracies. It's how quickly order collapsed. How easily fear turned a city into its own worst enemy. No invaders were found. no explanation fully satisfied. The incident was quietly filed away, officially deemed a false alarm, but false alarms don't usually kill people, and they don't usually involve hours of sustained fire at a single, stubbornly present target. Decades later, the incident still resists neat closure. Documents contradict one another, witnesses disagree, official statements shift. The truth, whatever it is, sits somewhere between embarrassment and something much stranger. And maybe that's the point. Because this story isn't just about what was in the sky. It's about what happens when uncertainty meets authority, when fear meets power, when the night offers no clear answers and people are forced to act anyway. On that night, Los Angeles learned something important. That sometimes the most dangerous thing isn't an enemy, it's not knowing what you're afraid of. Whatever passed overhead that night is gone, but the echo remains. And somewhere between the stars and the streets below, history still shrugs and says, "We're not entirely sure."